Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting right into the action here as we're kicking off Pyle's improvisational tournaments. That's right, we're back on Pyle's wonderful competitions as we have here on the left-hand side, it's Bombstander. Playing as the Shotgunnaut commander, will be facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side. It's Bruce from Team Pixar. And it begins. Fire has been had. I love to see it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't kept up with all that in the Fort's Discord, well, Pyle has put together this wonderful little competition. Basically a competition with new maps and cool toys to play with. And we're throwing some good old-fashioned layers into them and seeing what happens. So we've got all your favorite players from the Fort's Pro League, from the, well, Fort's competitive scene generally, and we're throwing them onto new maps to see what happens. And we're starting it off fast. Now, one thing I do want to point out is this is something that we're going to see, I assume, fairly often, are the new swarm missiles. They're so tiny! This is specifically a feature of the Seep Commander. It is a new quirk of the Seep Commander, where swarm missiles are now thinner, slimmer, and can be shoved into places where you wouldn't normally expect them to be shoved. So that's, you know, amazing. I don't have a strong opinion on how powerful it is yet to have them, you know, so much more slim, but I've seen some fascination, some fascinating events. Basically, players being able to shove multiple swarm missiles into locations where you would only expect one, typically. So far, Bruce definitely has the advantage here in terms of game state. Bombstander is working on their eco, but Bruce just has kind of done notable quantities of damage. Like, substantial quantities of damage. It's slowed down Bombstander pretty hard here. Feasting on turbines, taking out a couple mines along the way. And here comes the nuclear option. Now, the thing I want to point out is this is a new map, and it looks very pretty. If I don't say so myself, I mean, look at the texturing on all this wonderful background. Look at the diamond. Did not expect, but I'm okay with this. This is a 1v1 map. And it just looks so pretty. That's one thing that's nice about the 1v1 maps. They're small enough you can actually observe the details in this. It's quite nice. Like I just, you know what, I have to as much as I can zoom in, I'm going to stay zoomed out here. Just because the map looks so pretty. And that's how that's going to go. For those who are just arriving, there are multiple POVs of this broadcast, so make sure to check them out on Twitch for those who want to see German and the French casters as well. Does the nuke silo get larger? Nope! Which does mean you can shove a bunch of tiny nuke launchers in, and they each do the damage of a full nuke. Because they are full nukes. The smaller silos do not launch smaller missiles. It's just smaller silos. So you can just fit more launchers in. That's it. Right now, Bruce is actually struggling for economy. Bombstander's Shotgun Commander has disabled temporarily Bruce's energy production. And Bruce's energy production isn't super high to begin with, so he is struggling a little bit here. But it's only going to be another 5 or 6 seconds before he has enough energy production to fire his nuke, and then Bombstander's going to have a rough time. Impact. A pretty heavy hit, but nothing that's immediately lethal. That buzzsaw is threatening to be lethal. Yeah, let's do this. There we go. And we see the addition of heavy weapons tech for Bruce. Ideally, Bombstander wanted to go heavy weapons, but there's just so much economic damage and heavy power approaching. You going crazy? The missile launch is smaller? Oh no, they are definitely smaller. And by smaller, I mean, yes, that's a quirk of. That's a quirk of Seep. It's a new buff, a new addition to Seep. Makes missile launchers smaller. Oh, massive damage. Now that is a nasty repairable, as it all goes away. And here it goes again. 2 mines destroyed. You'll love to see it. Unless you're Bombstander. Oh. And it goes away again. At this point, Bruce just needs something with a little bit more punchiness. Oh, is that it? Oh, that was close. But he holds it. A little bit more penetrative power, and Bruce will be able to just clean through and finish off Bombstander here. The Bombstander never actually made it to heavy weapons. Like, his whole plan was to go heavy weapons, and he just got locked down in the early game. This is an example of what I was talking about whenever I mentioned, oh yeah, this is a weird strategy to see in 2v2s or 3v3s or 4v4s. Some weapons just don't scale nearly as well. Swarm missiles are one of those that are notoriously incredibly powerful in the 1v1 scenario. A question from chat. So why is it when we see someone using weapons that could be shot down or defended via anti-air, things like nukes or howitzers, why don't you see the opponents building 20mm to take out the why don't you see them building 20mm to take out the anti-air? Mostly because it's not efficient to use 20mm for doing so. Against anti-air, let's say that the enemy has a wall of machine gunners, there are just better, more effective tools. Shotguns tend to destroy anything that's easily exposed, and anything that's deeply entrenched needs either indirect fire, which can all be shot down, or it needs deep penetration, which 20mm aren't. So things like lasers, fire beams, or cannons. And cannons really don't do deep penetration, so much as just knocking the opponent over shot by shot, you know, one round at a time. And for that, cannons, you don't really aim for specific sniping spots, like not trying to snipe out internals or something, so much as you just hit whatever hardened target exists and crack it. So, like, it's just 20 millimeters are not good at that job. You never expected a tramp stamp as a map. Okay. Now, I'm not going to be able to unsee that. Thank you for that image. Why do you like this? I was just talking about how pretty it looks. Well, Bruce has now developed a fire beam, which is not really penetrative power, but it does help get the missiles across, and it also takes out some of those anti-air elements, which also helps get the missiles across. I do like the fire beam here, but this game will end when Bruce gets a proper laser, like a plasma beam on the board. He's been working toward that for a while. At this point, the question is, can Bombstander get any kind of relief before Bruce gets his plasma online? He still has some time. Bruce hasn't placed his plasma yet. But once that plasma is placed, it just got placed now, so Bombstander is a very limited time frame. Has a quantifiably limited lifespan. You can get the impression Bombstander's new to the game. No, he's not. He's one of the other content creators who streams forts regularly. I would assume he's live at the moment, broadcasting his perspective. You can check out. He's not new. It's just that this pressure is pretty rough and started early. He's been deep in the death spiral for a while. Bruce's name tag is covering the laser tag? Yes, yes it is. Good damage. Yeah, that fire beam is just taking out flak. So Bombstander has just about successfully completed his own laser tech, which is a good start. It's just a rough position to be in, because Bruce is, well, he's just about finished up his own plasma beam, and there goes another mine down. Bombstander now down to 5 mines compared to Bruce's 6. But Fire Beam Plasma Beam combo is officially online for Bruce, so the question will only be how long does he wait before firing, and does he fire the nuke first? The answer is yes on the nuke first. Fire Beam and Plasma Beam combo. Ooh, Bruce catches. Bruce doesn't quite align it right. Cops a laser full of sandbags. Sandbags full of lasers? I think both are true in this instance. Bruce adding in more batteries and energy production, because at this stage he just has so many weapons that he needs more energy production to upkeep it. Ooh, Bombstander with a door snipe takes out a sniper and a fire beam. That's just not enough. It just isn't. That's all there is to it. Well, rip that connection. Not a big deal. That's a bigger deal. There are no more snipers for Bruce, so there won't be any nuclear launch for a minute. And by a minute, I mean about 30 seconds. And I believe Bruce is going to wait for the missiles. Yes. Both nukes are fired, both are ignited, and the core goes away. And there you go. Round 1 goes to Bruce. Well played. Yeah, that was good. I want to see that nuke impact once again. Look at that. Double nuke straight to the front. Just the impulse, the impact of the nuke hit so hard that it quite literally knocked the core off of it, just out of the base. Literally getting punched so hard the core comes out the backside. Yeah. Well done. Very well done. That is Improvisation 4. Alrighty then. Alright, give us a moment while we set up the next round. I'm going to take this opportunity to refill my drink, which I realize I didn't do yet. Alright. Everything is ready to go. We're off to the next round, checking out Improvisation map number 3. I must say, I love Piles tournaments. Piles competitions. Because they're not... I don't want to say they're not real tournaments. Because they are, but... the purpose of them isn't to come out on to see who's, the best. The purpose of them is to motivate the creation of new maps. And that is amazing. And we're off. Alright, next round. Here. Ready to go. I am myself on the left-hand side versus Armadillo on the right. I like the Armadillo badge. It's a very interesting take on Armadillo. It's recognizably an Armadillo, but it's this strange geometry of it. Well, here we have on the left-hand side. It's I am myself. Playing as the Warthog Commander. Facing off against Armadillo, playing as the Armadillo Commander. You could have seen that one coming. Yeah. Nice and close and zoomed in. There we go. I will once again be staying extra zoomed out so you can see the prettiness of the map. This might be a little bit too zoomed out. As pretty as the map is, I think we'll have to do a little bit more than this just to get the diamonds behind. There we go. There it is. Much better. All right. So things are starting off a little slower. Both players going for upgrade centers and tier 1 tech. Both players focusing on eco more than anything else, and both players developed a sniper for sniper harassment. And that's about how that has gone. I'm okay with this. Everyone's okay with this. I'm not seeing any indicators from anyone involved that they intend to do some kind of early game cheese. As far as I can tell, everyone's playing nicely for the moment. We do have heavy weapons tech from I Am Myself. We see some upgraded tier 1 weapons from everyone. That's a minigun and an AP sniper out of Armadillo. No heavy weapons tech from Armadillo yet, so he's not rushing. He's getting eco upgrades. Oh, a swing and a miss. Ah, rip. Zaltzbach has to shut down his stream today. Unfortunate. Let's see, I believe Bombstander is streaming as well, so for those soon to be homeless on the German side of things, perhaps Bombstander can take over. Yeah, Bombstander is currently streaming, so there is that POV. That's just unfortunate. Man, it always sucks to see that. Alright. And we're off. You just woke up? What's going on? Welcome to Pyle's 1v1 Improvisation Tournament. This is not the first time we've done this event. This is a reoccurring activity, courtesy of Pyle. For those who haven't seen this before, it is basically Pyle decided to make a bunch of very pretty looking maps, such as this one, and wanted players to play on it. So now we have all of your favorite players from the Forts competitive scene thrown together into a large tournament. It's actually a large tournament. You can use the bracket to check out all the players. And then see what happens. So these are brand new maps, completely new to everyone. Everyone has to re-download them at the start of the lobby because no one has them, because they're quite literally brand new maps dropped on us all at the same time. And well, we're here to see what happens. Also, shout out to Armadillo using the AP miniguns. He's going heavy weapons tech, but he's making a quick stop to AP miniguns first because he can. And that makes me happy to see. AP miniguns just doing things. It's just funny to see. All this... I appreciate... So, it's a weird choice for Armadillo here. Armadillo has gone heavy weapons tech, specifically cannons. The cannon tech is complete. Like, it's just done completely. But instead of using it, Armadillo has developed heavy mortars and a swarm launcher. I myself is continuing. He has successfully placed a plasma. You can see it here. It's most of the way complete. Armadillo armoring up. Armadillo has replaced some of his armor around his core with a sniper, so that could potentially be a problem. Alright, first heavy weapon is on the board for I am myself. Armadillo is mostly defended from it, but there are enough fringe components that can be removed, such as that right there. Armadillo uses a couple turbines and almost his nuke along the way. That plasma could then be used to remove other elements like individual weapons, snipers, the cannon, the mortars. Do it. Do it. That's not what I was thinking of. But, you know, I guess that works too. It didn't actually. Nuclear launch detected. Immediately taken down. That's a 20mm out of Armadillo. I have mixed feels about this. So much armor from Armadillo, which, you know, I really could have seen that coming, but the point stands. Nice. Broke through. I myself was actually close to shattering here. You notice there's some critically blinking struttage. So here comes another nuke. And it gets blasted out of the sky before making it halfway across the map. It's worth noting that Armadillo's 20 mil is revealed and also sliced. It's gone. Banished to the nether with you, into the abyss. Will they play the entire tournament tonight? No. It is actually going to be spread out over a couple days. So we'll be back, I believe, next week after a full day of tournament play today. Ooh. Armadillo taking some damage. Indirect. It's all burning. It's all fire damage. That plasma did not directly contact the core. But it is enough to trigger Armadillo's defensive response, saying, hey, I shouldn't have that present there anymore. Now, it is worth noting that Armadillo did sell off multiple mines in order to fit these swarm launchers. Oh, so close. That nuke went back down, slapped Armadillo across the top. Now, the question is, do you do it again? Well, the plasma is no longer available to burn it, so you just kind of fire the nukes now. More importantly, I am myself is expanding. He's up to 3 fire beams and a plasma now, which is a lot of laser, but he's got the energy to fire them, rocking out at like plus 800 energy production. Plasma's not ready to fire, but there's just too much anti-air on the board. I myself cleans the skies. Once I am myself second plasma comes online, Armadillo's gonna have real troubles. Ooh, nice door snipe. I myself loses a fire beam. Let's say the general map control from I myself has been quite top-notch. Really making sure that Armadillo can't do much at all the space that he's trying to use. Ooh, merging of the fire beams and the plasma. Oh, now that was just a beautiful merging of the beams. Very, very well done. That was nice. Look at it. He's there, and then he's on fire. And then he burns. And look at the angle this plasma comes in at. It goes straight over the armor here, and just touches the back of the pour. You'll love to see it. Okay, so that was nice. I gotta say, Pile is so very good at making maps. My real motivation for showcasing these competitions? Getting pile maps. More pile maps. So, funny story. For my birthday, my brother got me a cleaning robot. So I've been setting it up and playing with it and making it, work properly over the past couple days. This thing it's like owning a cat. Except it gets stuck in places, which I guess is also a very cat thing. But it really does. It really gets stuck in places. It's impressive because I don't have a lot of furniture or things to get stuck on. I get ripped off one of its wheels. Its spinny hands. At some point, I'm sitting at my desk. Then I feel some wind on my feet. The thing has like an extendo brush that's just trying to chase my feet with it. I'm like, why are you like this, creature? Did not expect. All right. We are working on getting the next round set up. We're also waiting on the next player to arrive. There they are. Getting a whole pile of them. A whole pile of pile maps. Pile. Yes. We killed Eaton by letting him ski in the Alps. You got a Roomba recently, that is exactly the experience. It's trying its best. It is. I'm somewhat impressed with it, and also, it's funny. I'm happy with it. It actually does a pretty decent job. Like my floor is noticeably cleaner, especially around the edges. Have you named it yet? Yes. Its name is the Dust Bunny Hunter. It hunts the dust bunnies. Cat-like behavior is a feature, not a bug. Yes. Talking about snow in the lobby. I've still never actually seen snow. I've gone places where there was snow for the purposes of seeing snow. And by the time I got there, like via airplane, the snow was gone. And then it stayed gone until the day I left. I feel like it's a curse, but every time I've gone to the north during wintertime, which was like every year for several years, many years, it just was never snow. Have to go to a place where there's like permafrost. Good lord. Well, hello there. Lord Maggot coming in for 13 months. How you doing? How you doing to you, sir? I'm doing well. Enjoying the joy that is Peel's improv tournament. And it looks like we're about ready to go here. The whole lobby in game got distracted talking about ski trip in the Alps. So we may have bled an extra minute or two talking about snow. Thank you, Lord Maggot. Congratulations, friend. You've regained access to all the beautiful emotes here on the channel, as well as the special access role in Discord. Welcome to the party. Sweet, delicious drink. It's made out of water. Alright, it looks like everyone is good to go. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're excited for the next round, because I am. And we're going to be starting it off here in just a moment. Right after Taichu hits the ready button. Man said he's ready, and then didn't hit the ready button. It should be illegal. Alright. And we're off to the next match. Why are we exploding? Well, I see. They're placing turbines there, and they're both detonating, which is unfortunate. Alright, well here we have on the left-hand side, it's Wind, playing as the Hurricane Commander, facing off against Taichu on the right-hand side, who's playing as the Spook Commander. Let's see how this works out. So this map looks very different. Oh, wow, I'm just realizing you can build all the way up here, and players are almost certainly going to do so. This is very different. Okay. This one's gonna be a weird one. And there's... Oh wow, is this all background up here? Or is this foreground? I think this is background. I'm not sure, actually. Is some of it foreground, some of it background? I don't know. Okay. Well, the players have some things to explore. I have a question. What is the improv tournament? So basically, the idea is that Pyle likes to make maps. So he made a bunch of maps, and he wanted other people to test it. So we shoved a bunch of competitive players on it. That's the story. Turns out the maps are really fun, and Pyle does this every now and again. So he's got like all the competitive players, all of your favorite players are all together here, playing these brand new and rather cool looking maps. Looks like both players have recognized that there is an upper platform and have claimed it. And here comes the buzzsaw from Taichu. It's worth noting that both players have gone with heavy weapons rush style builds. Wind is ahead in terms of tech placement. Taichu, I think, is just categorically behind. I'm not sure. It's a little hard to tell. That buzzsaw will certainly help with the being behind feature. It's like a complete clear of Wind's connection here. And he's just gonna do it again. He's just gonna buzzsaw him again. It's gonna be it, isn't it? Yep, and it all comes crumbling down again. Wind is going to have to armor, like actually metal armor up that section before expanding again, because you can't do that. We have a request to pause from Wind, one of the players. His ping was spiking right before he disconnected. He's saying that he's going to restart his game client. So we will give him the opportunity to do so. The game will be paused here for a moment. Wind is returning. All right. We're back again. And we have confirmed from the map developer that all the terrain is solid. So the players cannot build omega tall forts using multiple platforms. I do think Taichu has done a great job of denying Wynn's upper mine platform there. That's very, very good. The problem Taichu's gonna face is that Wynn already has a plasma beam placed. So that will be very relevant because they don't actually need additional metal income in order to, you know, use the thing. Taichu has not yet placed a heavy weapon of any kind. Those buzzsaws are great. The sniper comes for the... Alright, with that sniper online, Taichu has been somewhat suppressed. It has given Wynn the opportunity to reconnect to the platform up top. It is 100% still vulnerable to buzzsaws. Now, Wynn is building buzzsaws of his own, saying, "Ha! I can do the same thing to you," although I don't think it's going to be nearly as effective. Taichu is partially defended against such things. Partially. Does the winner have to improv something? Yes. A successful strategy on every map. Taichu developing some energy shields. I love to see it. Correctly understanding that it's going to be laser beams approaching. The question I have is, what will Wind do with their opening volley? Okay, yeah, the double buzzsaw was enough to break through Taichu's defenses here. It's not going to be a heavy investment for him to reconnect, but an investment nonetheless. The sandbag should deter that. Ooh. I'm reasonably certain that the debris falling from up here, interrupting the plasma beam, is the only thing which saved Taichu's plasma here. Because that was close. That was very close. Okay, I'd like to see the armor up out of wind here. Neither player is close to having the damage output necessary to actually end the other. I say as if that actually didn't come close to actually taking out Taichu here. That was He removed the energy shields. He's putting the energy shield back. Okay. Well, Taichu officially has a plasma. This will enable him to fire back meaningfully. You have a question from chat. Does anything counter specifically sandbags? Counter is a strong word. Miniguns have bonus damage to sandbags. Makes them quite adept, makes them quite good at bringing them down. I don't know that miniguns are a counter to sandbags, but they are quite good at bringing down sandbags. Usually you don't counter sandbags directly so much as destroy the platform upon which they sit. So any kind of splash damage just kind of ignores sandbags. So you're talking, you know, nukes, rockets. The way mortars work, mortars don't really ignore sandbags because their splash damage is relatively small and they detonate on the sandbag surface because they're forced to attack from above. And so that kind of mitigates much of the mortar damage by hitting a sandbag. But where's map for swarms? I don't agree with that. But it's definitely not, it doesn't seem like a great map for swarms. Ooh. Beautiful shot. Actually gets to Taichu's eco expansion up there. And finishes it off with the sniper. Keep in mind that the players do have access to swarm platforms here. You get 2 swarm missiles here. It will cost some of your defense in front, but you can go thick defenses in front of the core, and you can also get an extra layer in front here, so it's not going to be that bad. Is Taichu a Tai Chi enjoyer or more of a chai tea kind of guy? You know, I've never asked, but we can ask. Wonderfully done once again. Going for the counter snipe. Wind's doors come online in time. Do cannons count? Honestly, I think both players involved here would be better off going cannons than lasers right now, just because lasers have kind of stabilized. Like, everyone has energy shields in the right places. I'm liking what Wind is doing here. Going with multiple EMP rockets. I would love to see those up-tiered to twin rocket launchers instead of just mass EMP. Like, don't try to rely on the plasmas to get damage done. Just punch him in the face with rockets. Just do it. Just go triple rocket. Just do it. No, he's going EMP. It might be enough. It was. Okay. I stand corrected. It was enough to punch through. Without the energy shields, fire beam, plasma beam just kind of cut through everything. Well done. Wind wins it. Alright, let's check this out here in slow motion. Bosson's digging all the way to the energy shields. EMPs flying across. Shutting everything down, and what's left gets hit with the synchronous laser fire, punching clean through directly to the core. That was some wonderfully precise shot. Very well done. Wind once again showcasing his capabilities. That skill expression coming through. If those blue gems in the background would work as laser mirrors, this map would be brutal. What would that even look like? It's like if you would just have it work as like an energy shield or something, the angles on that would be unusable. It would have to have some kind of like custom aiming logic. I don't know what that would look like. Alright. The players are here as we're getting ready to jump into the next round. Hello there, Fire Roasted Fire. What did you miss? Some beautiful rounds between some wonderful players showcasing great aim and mostly lasers with some nukes on some genuinely gorgeous looking maps. Every map new, improved, and fascinating in its own way. Alrighty then. Cannons go bird? Yes. What is it? We were just talking about that last night doing some Mech Warrior, and one of the guys brought out a rapid fire AC2 mech. It had like 10, I think, AC2s on it, just chain fire. So when you say Bert, that it is actual, just massive at a constant. It's just a constant hose, just a click and drag of cannon fire. It's like 10 autocannon, like minigun style autocannons, just blasting out of this thing. He's beautiful. It sounded like Warthog levels of Bert. It was gorgeous for the years. But that was last night. Right now, we're off to the next round. As here we have improv map number 1. They're all numbered, by the way, so like I'm not purposefully ignoring the maps. It's just their names are numbers, and they're all Pile maps. This theme seems to be diamonds, the blue diamonds, and I'm okay with this. I like this. I can get behind this. Either way, here we have it. It's Clau Ellis on the left-hand side, playing as the Spook Commander. Facing off against Hype on the right-hand side, playing as the Overdrive Commander. On what is... This map is interesting. So this map is going to be somewhat easy to defend. And it's going to be a weird mix of big and not big. I don't know what forts are going to look like on this map. I'm going to be honest. There's a lot of space in front of the core for defense, so the cores will be somewhat defensible. There's a space for turbines below here, which both players are using. But that space is going to become a problem for defending the mines and their foundations if they put turbines there. What can equip 10 AC2s? It's a Clan Bane 3, I think it was. What mods DLC are active for this tournament? No mods. It's all vanilla. And as far as I'm aware, all of these maps are as far as I'm aware, none of these maps are high seas. Haven't seen a high seas map yet, and I think P-Day doesn't like doing high seas maps. So we are unlikely to see boats. But I could I could be corrected. We have more maps to go. We have a factory out of Clau and a munitions plants out of Hype. So left side will be going for lasers, right side will be going for cannons. The cannon player is a bit further ahead. Seems like a decent map to drop your core into that pocket. Oh, I hadn't considered that. Is that a metal forlong? A metal forlong. I don't see... Was there one at the start? There may have been one at the start. I didn't notice it. The players get to see these maps with the tournaments? Not to my no, they do not. I think in the last tournament there was a couple maps that were reused that they may have seen, but for these, no, these are the new, for the most part. Was it the Bane 3 or a different variant that has all the autocannons in the arms? It was a Bane. It had autocannons in the arms. I think it was 10 of them. It was a lot of autocannons in the arms. This is Mech 5 Clans DLC. We see the token EMP out of Cloud. Do you know what language you need to learn to mod Forts? Lua, which is a very easy language to learn. First cannons. Our cannons will be the first heavy weapon available to fire from Hype, with Cloud's Fire Beam, Plaza Beam not far behind. Now you got me thinking. Dropping the core on this map is certainly doable. Oh, do it. Yeah! Sniper. He tried to catch it. Didn't work. And the EMP slowing down those cannons. That'll be nice. For a Clow. Alright, he's trying to fire. He's trying to fire. And it's just, they keep getting EMP'd. That EMP is going to be like the first thing targeted by those cannons. Oh, come on, machine gunner. You got to do better than that. Well, the EMP disabled the cannons long enough that the Fire Beam, Plaza Beam didn't just come online, but ended up being first to fire. The Fire Beam, Plaza Beam didn't do that much damage this time. But look how thick the defenses are in front of the forts. The defenses are so thick that no other player is bothering to actually defend their core. Both of these cores are vulnerable to substantial heavy weapon impacts. Like if Cloud were to go Fire Beam, Plaza Beam to the core, it just wins. But no one's going to do that because both players are assuming that they're fully defended from such things, when neither of them are. Which is hilarious to me. Like, the defenses could be so thick. Just devastatingly thick. Oh, you ran out of energy. Okay, it looks like Clow is actively defending his core to prevent that exact scenario. Hype is not replacing the weapons in front of his core, so he's a bit better defended. And it's soon to be cannon time. Do it. Cannonade. Better. Still not enough power. Still not enough power. That plasma is just unfortunately placed. It doesn't have the same angles available to the fire beams, and it can't merge its shot. It's just too much of a deflection, too much of an angle difference. Slam it. Just keep slamming. Hype is up to 3 cannons. 3 cannons is a lot of cannon. Do some real damage here. Ooh, door snipe. Takes out an EMP. Was that a door snipe? I don't think that was a door snipe. I don't... Kinda hard to tell. Ooh, you tried. Did he get it? You did. Oh, yeah, okay, well... What a way to go. So that's exactly what I was talking about with the defensive foundations. Putting the turbines there means the foundations are much more difficult to defend and much more vulnerable generally. That's just... That was painful to watch, but also incredibly satisfying to watch. We have Maximoto coming in and joining the incursion. Thank you, thank you. Your reward? Look at this beautiful, beautiful slow motion replay of devastation and destruction. Look at it. Look at it. It burns in slow motion. It all just crumbles. Yeah. I like this game. This game makes me happy. Alrighty then. Ooh, Dronistian's here. Oh my lord, it's a peacock. Okay. We're getting set up for the next round. So how you guys doing? Once again, thank you to Maximoto12 for coming in with that Prime Gaming. Congratulations, friend. You've regained access to all the beautiful emotes in the channel, as well as the special access role on Discord. Crunchy, crunchy foundation? Yes. He's not double graced there. No, though I don't think the double gracing would have made the difference. Lasers just kind of are good at destroying foundation like that because they burn through background bracing as well as foreground. Alrighty then. The players are ready, the match is made. I hope you guys are ready, because it's time to go. I take this opportunity to stand up and stretch. Well, I still can. Alright, come on. You can do it. Press the button. Press the button. Okay, it's fine. Old highlights. Yeah, I've got the some highlights of previous high octane activities in the background. I should add to the list because I can, and there is constantly beautiful moments. Like that previous moment where it all comes crumbling down. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're off to the loading screen, which means we're jumping into the action. And we are off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this round. This is totally a peacock. I think it's a bit too zoomed out though, so we're gonna have to zoom in a little bit. It's just gonna be a good old-fashioned face full of blue crystal. I don't know what to make of this. Okay, we have it. Word from Pile. The crystal in the middle is not solid. Which is different from... Oh my god, I just realized this connects all the way up here. This could get wild. I suspect both of these... I suspect neither of these players is going to permit... I suspect neither of them are going to permit claiming of the upper branch. But there is an upper expansion node up here, and that could become very relevant very quickly. Either way, on these left-hand side here we have Hopser, playing as the Armadillo commander, facing off against Dronistian on the right. For those familiar with Team Greenleaf, you have your Team Greenleaf representative. Don't really use Twitch, but you did free sub with Prime. Yes. I always recommend that people use the Prime, so you don't have to use it on me, but use it somewhere. Because otherwise it goes to waste. And then Amazon collects. Okay, so it is gonna be Rocket Rush out of Dronistian, and Hopser is recognizing that it's a Rocket Rush and is developing flak and trench gunners and an AP sniper to defend against this. I approve. Woo. Shut down. A shotgun. Interesting. Double shotgun from Hopser. It'll be full active defense. Hopser wins the sniper duel. Now it's just a matter of what happens with the AP sniper. Dronistian recognizes that there is an AP sniper on the board and is making steps to do something about it. Sandbag keeps his rocket alive. Alright, the AP sniper should be defeated, at least in terms of vulnerable targets. Missed. The EMP is quite devastating, and those shotguns are hunting for mines, which is difficult to manage on Dronistian's side. Yeah, that's rough. Dronistian has been unable to fire his rockets. And that's not what the world you want to live in as Dronistian. You need to be applying your pressure. Dronistian doesn't have a third rocket launcher, so even if these two land, it won't be an immediately game-ending. Jesus Christ. That was the most shut down rocket volley I've seen in I don't know how long. That's not okay. That's a demoralizing amount of getting taken out. Like, getting shut down that hard that just doesn't happen. Oof. Okay, well, Dronistian needs a little bit more eco before he can fire his rockets consistently. And this whole time, Hopser is working his way toward heavy weapons tech. He's actually taking a sidestep here to work on his eco some more. Well, EMP at everywhere. Oh, one of the rockets actually lands, does some damage. Dronisian's gonna have to get a lot more hits like that. And it's gonna have to be a lot of hits. Not just a couple. Junistian's lone shotgun is insufficient to resolve the problems he's facing here. Definitely needs more heavier developments into shotgun technology. Although it is doing good work. AP sniper from Hopser. The shotgun's just taking out snipers. Alright, what Hopser really needs is to get a plasma beam on the board. As Dronisian's adding in multiple launchers. Ooh. The shotguns are making it all the way to Hopser's energy production. That's bad. That's really bad. Hopser has finally placed a plasma beam. That does put Dronisian on the clock, but Hopser's kind of breached here. He's running out of map control options, and the rockets are landing. Hopser's in trouble. He's still in it. He still has a win condition and active defenses. It's looking real rough at the moment. So far so good. He's maintaining. That's a rough hit. Can do it. Can do it, Hopser. Defend. Okay. That's getting real bad. Ooh, beautiful shot. The AP sniper taking out Dronisian's shotgun. That's a good shotgun blast right there. Hopser's kind of in desperate need of another command of active ability right now. Good flak. Every time Hopser fires those shotguns at something that isn't a rocket, the rockets then fly across the map and do some damage. Hopser's plasma is online. This is the moments when he can take back control of the game. Shotgun follow-up, sniper follow-up works. Dronisian loses another rocket launcher. He's down to 2 rocket launchers now, and that means that Hopser is out of the death spiral. He's still in danger, but he's out of the hard lock death spiral territory. Will things stabilize for Hopser, or will Dronisian find a way of ramping up the pressure. Because there's metal components here that can be shattered. Okay, yeah, no. The plasma is doing its work. Guaranteed damage. Just took out 2 Trinistian mines. Trinistian needs to knock out that plasma. Oh dear. Oh boy. Hopes losing ants here left and right. There's 1 machine gunner left. Trinistian rebuilding a rocket. So that's the stage of the game we're on right now. Double rockets up top. Actually takes out machine gunners on construction. That's going to reset Hopser's machine gun count. Leave him vulnerable to rockets again. And we know there are well, there were rockets. The laser just took out one of them. Trinistian back down to 2 rockets, which is just not enough pressure. Hopser's able to repair. He's not able to repair and build weapons, but he is able to repair. As Trinistian goes up to rockets once again. If it comes down to that plasma, if Hopser loses that plasma, Trinistian, he also loses his win condition, and Trinistian gets a solid lead. As it stands, losing the plasma does not remove Hopser from the game, it just removes Hopser's win condition, leaving Trinistian in the lead. But for so long as that plasma is alive, Trinistian has some real threats against him. Because every time it fires, it's going to take something out. And Trinistian loses a shotgun in that last shot. Ooh, there's no AP sniper to follow up on that plasma. Well, it took something out, including its own door. Which is unfortunate for Hopser. As Trinistian's back up to triple rockets, that's going to leave Hopser in an particularly risky position. He needs to get that plasma firing again. He needs to get a little bit more anti-air on the board as well. Plasma is prepared to fire once again. Takes out another rocket launcher. This is an interesting back and forth. Hopser is just on the edge of... He's just on the edge of spiraling out of this game. And Trinistian is just constantly rebuilding offensive firepower to try to continue the pressure. God, the plasma. Just every second Trinistian isn't firing at Hopser, it gives him a chance to stabilize. And that's... Hopser stabilizing is a problem for Trinistian. Yeah, Trinistian selling off rockets. The problem is Trinistian doesn't have heavy weapons tech. He doesn't have anything to keep him, to get him... He doesn't have any tech to transition into. So, like, I think he's playing a transition. He's faking transition here, I think. He's definitely restructuring his base. He's come to the realization that he cannot keep trading with this. Hopeser is slowly climbing out of the whirlpool of death. So he needs to do something. He needs to prevent Hopeser from continuing his gradual climb. And I don't know if he's trying to fake a tech switch here, but either way, I think he might be faking a tech switch here. But it's just going to be rockets again. Hopeser may or may not fall for this. I don't think Hopeser is taking the bait so much as just taking the opportunity to develop his own progress. Placing down additional eco storages and then another plasma. The rockets are revealed as still existing. But now the world is full of flak. And despite having 5 rockets on the board, none of them make it. And it's not close. Drunisti needs to develop some pretty heavy anti-air. We're talking map suppression tools. Definitely should develop that before bringing the rockets back online, but this is the world in which we live now. And this decision by Drunistian to pause means that Hopeser now has a second plasma on the board. So we can expect to see some terrible damage output. Drunistian is... I don't think this is good for Drunistian. I think Drunistian's going to... is gonna not make this. He's not gonna survive this. The plasma is just gonna start dismantling Drunistian shot by shot. Hopeser now has a fire beam. So Hopeser up to a fire beam and 2 plasmas. Yeah, Drunistian's in trouble here. The rockets are completely shut down. Hopeser has plasmas. And the energy to fire them. He's just removing Drunistian's components every time he fires. And there goes another rocket. My god, the EMP makes it across. Drunistian keeps losing his anti-air. Ooh. A beautiful EMP. Oh, that's devastating. Drunistian just loses most of his energy production. That's gonna shut down his offensive power. Drunistian won't be able to upkeep these rockets. Loses a shotgun. Yeah, unsurprisingly, Drunistian's just getting picked apart. Like, every time Hopeser fires, Drunistian loses something important. He's down to 3 rockets, he's lost most of his map suppression tools, no shotguns. Snipers only just now reconstructing. Machine gunners are unable to... Oh, it's devastating. He's hardwalling off his turbines, just hoping to keep them alive. Drunistian's in danger. This is bad for Drunistian. How does Jernician come back from this? I don't know. Like, he needs a massive development in map suppression tools, something to deal with the anti-air. Shotguns, sniper spam. That, or he needs a heavy weapon switch. But a heavy weapon switch at this point, it's just... oh! That's it. That's it. There's no coming back from that. Not in a 1v1. Not like this. Jernician just lost all of his mines. He's selling off machine gunners and armor just to try to get his mines back. But all that's going to do is get his mines back in time for them to get blasted again. He can't afford luxuries like armor. He needs to use energy shields. He doesn't have the map control to support energy shields is the problem. Yeah, Hubster is just... this is some defeat and detail level stuff. Jernician's just... he can't do anything. He's being dismantled shot by shot. This is what I was talking about with the Hopester when I mentioned earlier on. Once the plasma comes out, this is what you do. You just... like, you don't go to the core, you just pick them apart. Every time you fire, you remove something. Eventually, Jernician just is going to fall apart by virtue of not having any legs left to stand on. You know, you start with the toes. You shave off chips of bone until there's no legs left, and then he just, you know, is rolling on the ground. Oh, and he penetrates it and takes out the mines again. Oh, it hurts so much. This is the end for Jernician. I think he knows it, but he's still trying. Look at it, Jernician's literally selling off everything he can. Every tech has been sold. Almost all the storages have been sold. It's down to a single battery left. It's getting him enough to rebuild his mines, but oh my god, is it rough? I'm going to spoil... No, I'm not going to spoil it. So there is a time limit. It's a 30-minute time limit. We're actually approaching that time limit, and we've got 5.5 minutes left, which isn't really approaching the time limit. I suspect this game will end one way or another before then. But if it gets the time limit, then I would imagine Jernician still has a chance of winning. And the reason I say that is because when time limit is reached, the player who wins is the one with the most core health. If both players have the same core health, which they... okay, so that's more... this is the more likely outcome. That's what I expected to happen. Hopester wins it. Just laser straight to the core. That's about right. I saw that coming a mile away. Sitting over here hyping up Jernician's chances as if he has a chance. Well played. Good job, Hopester. You'd love to see it. Ah, yes. Alright, let's see what we got next. We have Dami versus Nanuki coming up next. Let us see. Genesian did have more shoulder damage out. Yeah, and like mechanically, if it goes to time limit, then the winner is determined based on core health remaining. If both teams have the same core health remaining, then the one who wins is the one with the most damage dealt. So like, it is physically possible for Genestian to win that if he just doesn't die or take any damage until the end of the time limit. That was never going to happen. But now we're off to the next round. As here we have on the left-hand side, it's Dami facing off against Nanuki on the right. Here we have these blue crystalline structures are differently shaped. This is the cube world. Guys, it's Minecraft. Everything's made out of squares. Alright. I do like the cuboid theme. Well, I do like the theme of this particular tournament. This one, I like this a lot. Now, this has some weird map geometry. I don't know what to do with this. I mean, you have expansions back here, and the expansions are facing the wrong way. They're facing backwards. What's that about? What am I supposed to do with that information? What are the players supposed to do with that information? You don't even get a lot of space out of it. Like, you get this, I guess. This could fit a couple turbines back here. Depending on how you build this, this could be a large turbine section. I don't even know. Okay. We see the token EMP from Nanuki as both players go up toward heavy weapons. Both players go in the laser variant of things as well, so that's neat. Minecraft in my forts? It's more likely than you think, yes. Did that EMP just snake through? That EMP totally just snaked between these two sandbags and then impacted on those wind turbines. You swing the core all the way down there. That would probably be mechanically very difficult to do and unlikely doable in any practical sense. But physically, probably doable. Maybe if you're in like sandbox. Looks like we have a turbine box up here. Such a strange expansion opportunity available for the players. That EMP is actually doing things. Like real things. They don't usually do, but sometimes they do, and this is one of those sometimes. Looks like Dommy's got the first plasma on the board. The EMP is harassing the plasma. Finn finally places a plasma of his own. He's gonna have to EMP Dommy's plasma a couple times to match the pacing. Dommy developing turbines on top, the topmost expansion. That's what people said before the balls shock and not core swing became the only viable strategy now. There's a little bit of a difference. When it comes to the ball swing, people knew it was doable. It's just risky. And it's risky to the point where people would say it's not worth doing because you fail it half the time. And it's so lag dependent. Like latency dependent. So it's just like, alright, well, if you're going to play competitively, then you want some degree of consistency, and if you want consistency, you're not doing ball swing. But it turns out that people got it just consistent enough. It's still, at the last time we saw someone try to do it, they failed. Like, it's still an inconsistent thing. It's just, people are willing to risk it, because, you know, fame and glory. This one doesn't have that same kind of... I don't see how someone could do that same kind of thing here. This one doesn't look like, if you're trying to swing your cord down into here, I don't see how you could do that in any swift manner. It would require a long period of time. It's not like the ball swing where you can just do it and just take risks and get it done. This one, I don't see how you could get it done. Not without sandbox levels of minute adjustments. So I would be curious to see players try. I don't think that it would be interesting. The laser beams are online for everyone. Ooh, the sniper fire. Really? Rockets from Dommy. Okay. I was kind of expecting for him to keep it as EMPs, but no, it's full-on rockets. Yep. That did it. Sniper is strong. Fire beam, plasma beam. It cuts, but it doesn't cut deep. And there's nothing in there to actually hit anyways. The energy shields are revealed. Nanuki revealing a complete, it's a total shield coverage. Dami's actually struggling pretty hard for energy production here. I guess both players are struggling for energy production now. But the turbines are extremely well defended for every player involved. So they will be able to develop pretty substantial energy production, just they have to spend the time to do it. You have to look into something viable for yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like, I'm not I do not at all want to discourage looking into core swings and such for this map. I would love to see players get core swings. Just like generally, but also on this map specifically because we're talking about it. I love core swing stuff. Swings in general make me happy. Tier 3s, core swings. Ooh. Well, that's not the first time we've seen plasmids chop the foundations off things, but that one is particularly devastating. Ooh, the door snipe attempt didn't quite get it. But Nanuki's just getting picked apart here. With the loss of Nanuki's primary turbines, Nanuki's had to sell off or at least shut down some of their energy shields. They're not doing particularly well here. They are just... out there it goes. Secondary explosions, I think he's going to concede here. Is he letting it happen, or is he fighting? He said GG, but didn't concede. And he is still repairing. Okay. There it goes. Dami ends it. In victory via overwhelming laser beam. Well played. Let's see that final shot here. just fire beam igniting the battery. Easy enough. Alrighty then. We're moving on to the next matchup. Ooh. Alright, what do we got next? So we have Vladatorius coming in with that Prime Gaming. Congratulations, welcome in, and thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Have I mentioned how much I like the battleship's crumpling? So much damage. Alright, next up will be Dory versus Ryabjik. Currently 2 a.m. for Ryabjik, so that's going to be a little bit unpleasant for him specifically. Haven't seen a firebeam kill in a while. Well, I mean, I guess technically it counts as a firebeam kill. It did detonate the battery, causing secondary explosions that annihilated the core. Alright. The players are here. It looks like the match is almost ready. Why are we not? Do it. Do it. There we go. Alright, let's ready up and do this. I'm liking what I'm seeing here. I'm liking this a lot. I'm excited for this. Players. Let's do this. I just feel bad for Ryabjik. It is so early. let's go. Well, we're off to the next round. Dory versus Ryabjik. Alright, we have some kind of hands of God here. Maybe hands of cargo ship? What am I looking at? So, you get some expansion nodes on the sides that go up to a spot up here that comes pre-mined, which is neat. Don't know what to make of it. But it's here. Either way, here we have on the left-hand side, it's Dory, playing as the Architect Commander, facing off against Ryabjik, playing as the Spook Commander. We're seeing a lot of Spook Commander, and I can get behind this. Everyone is in the process of connecting to their upper mine expansion. Reasonably certain Ryabjik got it done cheaper. Though not quite faster. Is 2 AM early or late? Yes. Ryabjik is definitely ahead in terms of tech. Reasonably certain they're ahead in terms of eco expended. General resources. Dory is developing an upgrade center. I like Dory's base over Ryabjik's. We have an upgrade center for both players now. I like Dory's base. Dory has an extra layer here for devices completely separate from the structure of the fort. The token EMP doing just, I mean, that's some real emotional damage right there. I also like Dory's turbines in the rear here compared to Ryabjik's more standard placement. Oh! God! That snipe shot. Did you see that? Coming in from below. Like straight on from below, just touching its toes. Pila should be responsible for Fort's tournament map themes. They could even just take official maps and make improv design maps that follow a theme. Or just, you know, take these maps and add them. So the typical pattern the Forts developers do is they'll do like a community map competition, and then just the winner of the community map competition gets added into the game, like the official map pool. Usually gets, you know, done by the main map dev for Forts, or is fixed up by it, but fixed up by him, but that's usually how it's done. But there's nothing stopping them from just saying, oh hey, Pele, we really like your maps, we're gonna take a couple of them and just add them into the game. That's just a thing you can do. But realistically, the devs don't need to do that. Like, that's a badge of honor, sure. These maps are available. You guys can just go play them. Like, right now. Just go play them. That's just a thing you can do. I should ask Pile to do 4v4 maps. Well, it looks like about everyone's happy to go with something a bit more slow. We have Dory going full eco and eventually into cannons. We have Rebjik going... He's built an upgrade sensor and hasn't used it yet, so I don't know what's going on there. But he's got... He's saving up for plasma. Okay, plasma's placed. So Rebjik gets the lead in terms of first heavy weapon placed. Rebjik's just kind of ahead in terms of weaponry. And he's going to have... He's up to 6 turbines now, so he's going to have... He'll go up to 7 turbines. He's going to have the energy to fire the plasma consistently. The thing is, Dory has a lot of upgraded mines. Has 5 out of 6 upgraded, which means... Rebjik's going to kind of fall behind here. Eventually. Additionally, Rebjik is... He just lost all his turbines. That sucks. That sucks a lot. Rebjik's going to have to reconstruct those, and he's going to have to make the decision whether he wants to reconstruct them or or build a new plasma. The answer is build a new fire beam. Question from chat, how do you find these maps? They are available on the Steam Workshop. You can check the Steam Workshop and simply download them. The easiest place to find them would be searching up Pile's creator account. You just go to Steam Workshop. They're not publicly available. Oh, they become publicly available after the tournament. And then you can play them. At the moment, I believe they're just unlisted. Are they publicly available right now? They are publicly available right... Maybe they're publicly available right now? I think they're not publicly available right now, but they will become. Also, this map in particular that we're on is listed as high seas. Though there's no high seas. Improvisation number 92. This man just has 90. I see 93. Jesus Christ. Improvisation number 93. All of them made out of diamonds. Okay, yeah, this one's public. Yeah, it's just got... The amount of maps here is just absurd. Okay, well, if you want maps, Pile is the place to be. Here comes the Howie. First Howie fires. That's bad for Reabjik. That's really bad for Reabjik. He lost a weapon. And also got disconnected from his upper component. Honestly, it was that shotgun harass from Dory that really just messed him up. Losing all of those turbines kind of shut down Reabjik's offensive capabilities. Like, he had offense superiority, like damage output weapon superiority, until... Oh, ho, ho, why are plasmas just the absolute Hail Mary of weapons? Good God, he takes out the foundation node, annihilating both howitzers. That's gonna set Dory back by a lot. I was about to say that Reabjik's not long for this world as long as those howitzers exist, but they don't exist anymore. Well, so Dory did a great job of shutting down Reabjik early. Like, Reabjik went off to a head start and then got stonewalled by Dory. And then Dory just kind of built up the big weapons and slapped Reabjik almost back out of this game. And then all of a sudden, a single volley strike from Reabjik just pens Dory's defenses and removes every one of their weapons. Oh. That'll do it. Oh god, I didn't realize it also took out Dory's tech. Dory lost their upgrades, not their upgrade center, their munitions plants. Dory can't even rebuild weapons. They had to rebuild the tech. Okay. Mm-hmm. 93 maps. Yeah, 93 maps for this competition. Or at least this... I don't think that we're not doing all 93 maps. I don't think that's not... I don't think that's happening. It just picked some of the best ones and are going with it. At least, you know, whichever ones he decided to pick. But 93 maps in his last batch of maps that he created just for this series. I wasn't kidding when I said Peel is just a monster at making maps. Well, Dory's back to making howitzers again. Double howitzers. Reabjik has some breathing room, but that breathing room is running out. Remember, Dory does have economic superiority, and well, Reabjik's been reset so many times that he's some substantial time away from having real damage output here. He is building a second plasma and also an array of mortars. I really like the mortars here. But it's just the economic advantage for Dory is just kind of a lot. So it's, I mean, in the time it took Reabjik to get one plasma, Dory has gotten 2 howitzers. And howitzers are more expensive than plasmas, so... And Dory has learned his lesson. Will not be vulnerable to that same strike again, although Reabjik landed the same strike. That 1 MG. Oh boy. Alright, Reabjik, you desperately need to keep those mortars on refire. And you need to hit that same spot again, and you need to keep hitting it until all of Dory's turbines cease to exist. Oh, that was close. Oh, he almost got the perfect shot. Rabjik recognizing that he's about to get slammed by the howitzers. Okay, there's just too much. There's too much anti-air now. Do it. Shotgun. Oh, that was so close to lethal. Yeah, the trench gunners are a lot. Okay, Rabjik retasking his mortars, and oh, he's going for it. He actually penned the doors. That's some great aim. That is some like ruler level aim right there. So Dory now has an overabundance of energy shields. This is both good and bad for Ryabjik. It's bad because, well, now the lasers generally aren't able to do anything. It's good because now the howitzers take forever to recharge because there's just not enough energy production. Yeah, that's it. Once the shotguns went down, Ryabjik just doubled howitzer. It's hard to survive that kind of impact. Dory takes him out. Impressive work from Ryabjik, but Dory just kind of out-ecoed and blasted. It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. It's the kind of damage I want to see again. Get it. It cuts in, opens the gateway, opens the hole, and the second one flies right on through. And it all comes crumbling down. Better. All right. Ooh, now we're going on to number 8. Double howitzer's good, who'd thunk it? Couldn't be me. Double howitzer is usually a game ender. It's hard to go wrong with double howitzer. Take this opportunity to stand up a stretch as we set up the next round. Do the slow-mo shots. I do too. It's one of the best things about forts. Good game is good in life and in death. We actually got economically kneecapped and never managed to walk properly. Lost for it. Basically, yeah. Dory being architect. So architect isn't actually an eco commander, not really. It can kind of roleplay as one because its build speed bonuses allows it to get tech switching done more safely. So the usual build order for architect is to go heavy into eco upgrades first, and then tech switch out of eco into your weapon of choice. But it doesn't really make it an eco commander so much as greedy. Compare it to something that has actual eco bonuses like overdrive or armadillo. But still, Grabjig never managed to get his upgrades in, his economic upgrades in, and just got kind of outscaled. Like, yeah, sure, the howitzers are dangerous, and they were deadly, but the man built 2 howitzers at the same time, okay? That's not okay. You can't let your opponent do that. Not in everyone. Alrighty then. We're off to the next round. Look at it. It's like a pair of wings flying over. Oh god, we start with swarm missiles. It's a tiny swarm as well for each side. So you start with swarm missiles and machine guns. I think it's Chimera is how you pronounce that. Right? It's the name on the left side. Has placed a sniper to launch the swarms. But here we have on the left hand side, it is I think Chimera, if I recall correctly, is the name of the player. Playing as the Seep commander, launching missiles at Bill 15 Rider on the right side. Playing as the Overdrive commander. Now they're both launching at each other. And rip sniping. So this one's interesting. It's been a while since I've seen a map that starts with real offensive firepower. And swarms are certainly that. The use of seep on this map makes it such that there's some frankly disgusting offensive capabilities. I am expecting, I'm going to call him Chimera, to go with a workshop first. We'll see if that's true. They can get a little risky with it and go upgrade center first, but I think that would be a mistake. Especially given the current status of swarms, where swarms have been buffed into something a bit more dangerous. Honestly, you could just go mass swarms here. Just get like 4 of them, because you're seep and they're tiny and you can fit 4 of them in there. I think you can fit 4 of them in there. And then just slap your opponent. Just constantly slap your opponent. Just don't let him breathe. Swarms sound like it's pretty eco to me. For most players, I imagine, yes. Although, I imagine it would be worth firing a time or two, because swarms are actually dangerous now. Because with the latest patch, balance patch, swarms got a pretty notable damage increase. I would consider them hybrid weapons before, but now they're actual dangerous hybrids. Whereas one of them won't be breaking the fort, but if you get 2 or 3 of them, bad things happen. Bad things happen to your opponent, and they happen real quick. So I would think just get more swarms and launch them at the opponents. Like, nukes, I think, aren't even the answer here. Like, you probably don't want nukes here. Not because nukes are bad, but because nukes are expensive. They're kind of a rich man's option. And like, yeah, sure, they do a lot of damage, and if you get a nuke and you land it, it'll do a lot of damage, but you're not going to have a follow-up. You're not going to have a second nuke. It's too expensive to run at this stage of the game. So you just kind of gotta accept that you won't be able to do a lot with a nuke beyond massive repair bill or get lucky. Which, to be fair, is a very nuke thing to do. But I think just getting, I don't know, 3 swarm launchers and launching them, sending them at your opponent is just the way to go. That's a lot of damage, but, I mean, no follow-up. Alright, nuke is on the way for Chimera. Yeah, this is what I'm expecting to happen. You just build a nuke catcher and catches it. Practically no damage here. Do it, get more swarms. I beseech thee. Here comes the nuke. Tried to pre-fire it. Oh, and it went so deep before detonating. Oh, and he didn't build a nuke catcher. No. Honestly, in this position, just dangle a big old block of wood in front of your fort. Just catch it. You only need enough of gap for your sniper to get out. This map is different from the other maps in that you only get 4 mines here. It is worth noting, and I think Chimera is trying to do something about this. There is an expansion up here, complete with space for, I believe, 4 more mines. What are you doing? Why are you like this? What is your plan? There's no water beneath you. The buzzsaws are brutal. The nuke flies. Oh! Ho, ho, ho. That's gonna be repairable. Detonating inside the fort. Damaging the core. Taking out too many gunners. It's a lot of damage. But Ryder just has the eco to repair that, so... Was it really that much damage? The buzzsaws are preventing new catchers from Chimera here on the left side. So he's gonna have to rely on machine gunners. He's got machine gunners, but now Ryder has a swarm missile to defend the nuke. So his machine gunners can get a bit distracted and overwhelmed. A beautiful nuke taking out multiple buzzsaws. Nuke gets taken out. A couple swarm missiles make it across. I would like to see... it's just Chimera here on the left side is just struggling for eco. He doesn't have enough eco. He needs to upgrade his last mine and develop like 2 more turbines at least. And then he can truly add in additional launchers. Another heavy hit. It's actually a bit close to Chimera's core, knocking him down to 76%. Do it. Launch. Fly. Wow, that actually made it. Surprisingly little damage, all things considered. So here comes another launch. Chimera doesn't have the anti-air. Okay, he does have the anti-air. I was about to say he doesn't have the anti-air to defend this, but he does. Ryder doesn't have the anti-air to defend this. That's a heavy hit right there. That's unfortunate. Chimera should be sniping those launchers. It's unlikely to have gotten them, but it costs a lot to repair those. And also, it takes a lot of time to repair those. So you want to be damaging them every opportunity you can. Launches again. Bah! Both the best and worst you could have done at that nuke. That thing seriously made it through here and took out this mine in the rear. I just want to point that out. That's these wild. It's just that's not okay. Oh, sniper anti-air. Complete clear. Chimera doing well here. Oh, internal detonation. Pre-firing the nuke takes it out in the launch tubes. That's unfortunate for blue team. Good lord. I want to see another launcher placed. Oh, it's going nuclear. Come on. Get more swarms. This man just needs more energy production more than anything else. Like, as much as I want to see swarms, what he actually needs is energy production. He needs to expand this out to the back and just... He needs at least another 5 turbines back here, and it's rough. Is he recognizing? Do it. Do it! Place turbine. There's more missiles coming. Nuke taken out. Swarm defeated. Still hasn't placed additional energy production. He also needs batteries, by the way. The extra nuke costs more than he has the ability to field. To store. Honestly, those miniguns have been incredibly valuable. Incredibly valuable. Alright, so with that second nuke coming online, I mean, he's just not going to be able to use it with any consistency. He doesn't have the storage to fire both at the same time. He barely has the energy production to fire one of the nukes. He's not going to be able to fire both with any consistency. It's just not going to happen. It'll be like... almost just having a slightly faster rate of fire on a single launcher until he fixes the energy issues. He's just added in another battery that will enable firing of both nukes at the same time. So he can fire them both at the same time now, just slow on the rate of fire. It is worth noting that this man has a blinking strut, which is not really fixable. The sins of design of actually is that I think that's actually a starting strut because his opponent has the same one. Interesting. All right, come on. You're at 270 energy per second, man. You have 2 nukes. Fix it. I have faith in you. Nukes launcher both sides. A lot of exchange, but none of the missiles make it across for either side. There's missile on missile violence. Honestly, the way this is going, this is probably going to end when Ryder tech switches into lasers. As much as Chimera, I think, is capable of getting game-ending amounts of firepower on the board via an additional silo, he's tech switching out. I think that's a mistake. I think that's a mistake. Chimera is tech switching out of missiles, and I think that's a mistake. Whereas Ryder, I think, should be tech switching out of missiles. It's like he can add in more turbines back here, and then he can add in more firepower up here, and then oh, that hurts. That hurts a lot. Nuke going loopy. He does need to fix this problem. How does he fix this problem? Not entirely sure. He probably needs to put a node here, forlong it, and then forlong it here. And stabilize it on the sides. Here comes a nuke. It's a lot of damage. Ryder on the right side is also developing heavy weapons tech, specifically the lasers, which I think is the right call for him. Come on, man. Upgrade your turbines. Do something with it. Gotta up the rate of fire on your missiles. Nukes are an RNG weapon. You just gotta keep rolling the dice until it works. You can't roll the dice if you're suffering energy problems. You just gotta keep launching. Just keep launch. Just keep shooting. Just keep firing. Just do it. Just do it. Nah, he's blocking off his own. He's going full defensive and switching hard into lasers. He's blocking off his own missiles, so they cannot be used. Ryder is managing to use his singular nuke to more effectiveness. Oh, it's painful to watch. It hurts my soul just a little bit, because it's so perfect. This map is so perfectly designed for missile strats. And realistically, Ryder is successfully getting it to work. And Ryder already has a plasma halfway done. Once it's completed, I mean, Chimera is just gonna fall apart. Alright, well, unless Chimera rapidly adds in energy production and another silo, I don't see them coming back here. Even that, no, I don't even think that would be enough. It's too late now. They would have to restabilize, and they have to stabilize against something they don't know is coming. The only question I have is, will Ryder wait for the fire beam to reveal the combo, or are they just gonna go straight to the core here with what they have? He's even chain firing. Good impact. Ryder with actual energy production. He's at 700 energy production right now. For reference, Chimera is up at 300. It's just night and day. That should be it. Yep, there it is. Into the void with you, into the abyss. And there you have it. Though 15 Ryder wins it off the back of just, honestly, constant pressure. Just consistent damage output. Alright, let's see this. Those missiles landed, the buzzsaws chop. And then the perfect alignment penetrates clean through, knocks him out, and down into the abyss you go. Well done. Gamira should have this. I don't know. It was well fought for both sides. I'm just disappointed that Chimera didn't take it, because Seep seems so incredibly good on that map. Like, it's so synergistic to use the Seep commander. It's like so perfectly meant for it that it feels unfair to be any other commander, and he just didn't. Like, he didn't use his missiles, he didn't build energy production to fire his missiles, and then he didn't build his third missile. I say that as if he should have built a third missile. The meta plays for Seep have been tech switch into lasers after a second missile, but that particular facet is potentially different on this patch. I haven't seen how the meta affects this patch, because the patch is recent. But yeah, Ryder just kind of expanded and just kept up the pressure and just kept ramping. Watching Seep use a missile duel was painful. Yes. Yes, it was. Very painful. The man didn't even have double nuke. It was swarm missile, one nuke. Overpowered double Seep nukes. It had nothing to do with the nukes or the missiles. It was everything else around them. It is what it is. Well played, everyone. I want to see it again, but put like Dranistian on C. See what happens. Where's he? Where's Eaton when you need him? Having fun skiing in the Alps. Instead of playing forts for our entertainment, how could he? I'm not envious. I'm not envious at all. Good lord. Waiting so long between volleys, let Ryder rebuild Anseer for the next wave you launched. Yes, that's a big part of it. That's why you can't be starved for energy. Because if you're starved for energy and you're waiting on energy to recharge instead of reload timing, then the opponent just has time to rebuild Anseer. And if the opponent can rebuild Anseer, then you don't make any progress, even when you make progress. Like, you have to keep the pressure up. Alright. You have to go to work now. It's night shift, and it's negative 12 Celsius out there. That's a bit chilly now, isn't it? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the match is made. The players are ready. We're jumping into the next round. Question, where is Ethan? Last I checked, he went on vacation and is currently sleeping. And is likely to show up later today, depending on match timings. Alright, what are we looking at here? This looks weirdly 3D for a very 2D game. Alright, well, this map looks fascinating. I would say MC Escher-like. Oh god, it is MC Escher-like. Look at this. Oh no. This is... Oh god. The more I look at it. It's not the most Escher thing I've seen. It's got just enough Escher in it. Just enough. This man. You know, this map might be a good contender for the mass sniper strat. This might be a great contender for the mass sniper strat. Okay. Who's next on the chopping block? We have some repeat competitors. Here we have on the left-hand side, it's Hype playing as the Moonshine Commander. Facing off against, on the right-hand side, it's Taichu playing as the Armadillo Commander. So we have Taichu and Hype. Taichu is ahead in the race to heavy weapons. Hype is taking a side step towards economic upgrades, which is the meta last checked. Taichu can get away with shenanigans if Hype isn't careful. First to look at. Look at it. Look at it! It's overlapping in all the right ways. Look at it. You zoom in too closely, the illusion goes away. You sure we aren't watching Monument Valley? Why are you like this? You know, I made a map that looks exactly like this, but it's in Minecraft and makes the backrooms look consistent by comparison. It's madness inducing in all the right ways. It is available to download on the CurseForge launcher if you want to lose your mind. Yeah. So Taichu is going for something resembling a heavy weapons rush, whereas Hype is kind of just going with a heavy weapons build. Taichu specifically on the right-hand side is going for lasers, whereas Hype is going for cannons. Hype is not quite finished up with his tech, whereas Taichu actually has a placed and about a third of the way completed laser beam. Is going with the fire beam plasma beam combo, so we're going to see a not quite cannon o'clock, but relatively fast fire beam plasma beam combo. The problem is it isn't fast enough. Typically you would want the combo to be hitting right now, and the reason you want to be hitting right now is because, as you may notice, the defenses aren't yet constructed, but they are being constructed. And well, Hype still has time to construct things. You know, energy shield coming up here, energy shield going around places. You need to be hitting before these extra armorings come online. And well, there's still, the weapons aren't ready to fire yet, and they've been EMP'd, which slows them down even more. So yikes. Like, it's a heavy weapons rush, but it's not rushy enough. He is missing out on the timing, and so now he's just gonna have heavy weapons and not much to show for it. And in exchange, he's gonna have worse eco. So Hype will just have better eco and eventually better weapons. Now, the thing is, Hype will have a time period here where Taichu is just going to be laying into him with lasers. I say that, but the EMP has actually done actual work here. Like, this has transcended psychic damage and is now into real damage. The reason for that is Taichu doesn't have enough energy production, and he needs energy production in order to fire his weapons. And well, like, he currently has less than 1,000 energy. He needs, what is it, like 7,000 energy to fire his weapons. So that EMP keeps shutting down his energy production, which means that we're coming up at 8 minutes and Taichu literally cannot fire his weapons. Which means Hype, who went for a full economic development before doing heavy weapons, is going to have his cannon online at approximately the same time as Taichu is able to fire his first weapons, despite Taichu hard focusing on going into getting weapons first. Hype is just kind of winning here. Period. That's all there is to it. So unsurprisingly, Taichu does get the first volley, but I mean, it happens 5 seconds before this cannon comes online. So that's not a real big benefit. I feel like this is a build order loss kind of deal, except just made so much worse by the harassment from Hype. And now Taichu's realizing that, oh no, my opponent is Moonshine. Energy shields won't help me here. Taichu immediately trying to go for the core, just ended. Didn't work out. He actually got kind of close to the core, but there's no way Hype lets him. There's no way Hype lets him do that again, right? Oh! Devastating shot. Taichu loses 2 mines, is down to 4. And the door snipe, Taichu loses a fire beam. Taichu is being dismantled here. It's bad. It's real bad. Taichu loses his eco and his damage output, whereas Hype is in the process of constructing 3 new weapons at the same time. I mean, come on. Commander active for Hype doesn't have the energy to actually use it, so that's a whoops. You might get a cannon shot off. Yeah, he's gonna get a cannon shot off. Speaking of miss. Does EMPing storage do anything? Yes, it does shut down the storage. But I mean, it's not a big loss. Base is just weak. Oh, rip those storages for Hype. Whatever shall you do without your storages? Honestly, Hype is struggling for energy production right now. The loss of those turbines is actually kind of big, because Hype is using energy shields. And he's down to 3 turbines right now. So 3 turbines plus, what is that? 3 energy shields active, and adding in a 4th. He's almost net 0 on energy production, which is not good when you're trying to use weapons, you know? Taichu does actually snipe out one of Hype's cannons, so Hype's down to a single cannon. So now we're back to no one having substantial firepower. Just kind of chillin'. Taichu is developing an upgrade center that will enable him to get economic upgrades, which he needs to come back in this game. Desperately. How quickly will he focus it? Because he needs more than just... He needs every economic upgrade he needs. He's doing his mines right now, but he needs turbine upgrades as well, or energy production in general. Taichu just executing that sniper. What happened? Oh. Okay. You say, all of your energy shields shut down. What happened? He placed a cannon and consumed all of his energy simultaneously. Well, that was big. A sniper shot, just disconnecting all of that. I was about to say Taichu just took a lot of damage from those rockets. He's going to be in big trouble, but no, he cleaned that up instantly. That's surprising to me. And honestly, I'm happy about it, because otherwise Hype would have just won the game practically right there. The sniping. Hype has been on the spot with these snipers. I feel the need to compliment. There we go. There's the upgrades from Hype. And the cannon round. Perforating Taichu's base. Alright, come on, Hype. That's scary to see. Get some extra armor or an energy shield there. You can do it. I believe in you. You got 3 armor pieces. That'll be fine. Hey, Taichu finally working on a third plasma. I love to see it. And Taichu loses 2 more mines, while also door sniping Hype. What is it with people to not have enough energy production today? I think it's just because everyone's building so many energy shields. It's just the game is slowing down so much. I say it's slow as if this hasn't been a slugfest, but it hasn't been. It hasn't been the slugfests of. Maybe I'm just spoiled by the FPL. The FPL was so action packed. It was so constant. It was so absolutely flooded with high octane slugfests that this is slow by comparison. And it's like, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? It's because it's a 1v1. And, oh, not like this. Oh no. Hype. You were winning. Oh, the damage dealt is about even. Ugh. Not like this. Of all the ways to go. Look at it. There's so much blinkiness. So much deforming. And he just pops. I gotta watch that again. He's just building and then it just falls. It just cracks. Crumbles. Oh no. Well, that happened. Happens to us all. Grab, dude. It's like 3:30 in the morning for you. What are we doing to this poor man? Okay. The FPL's brutality made manifest. It really was. Like, the FPL was mad. If you guys haven't checked it out, you guys really need to go check it out because that thing was... Holy smokes. You looked away for a moment, there weren't weapons firing. What happens? Forts happened. Death. Of the instantaneous kind. Crumbling, crunchy, scrunchy death. Filled with explosions. And some abyssal depth. Alright, we are off to map number 91. It's a fairly substantial jump from number 9 to 91. Alright, so next up we have Rabjik versus Chimera. Let me check the bracket real quick. What are we looking at here? Yes. Okay. Here we have what was what? Okay, things are fine. We're ready. Players are ready. We're going. Next round. We're on it. We're off to the loading screen. This next round. Ladies and gentlemen, these look like gauntlets with crystals for elbows. Fascinating. Alrighty then. Let's see what we got now. Zoom. So I'm not seeing a lot of expansionist opportunities here. But the fort is reasonably defensible. I'm expecting to see some pretty gnarly rear wind turbines in this map. On the left-hand side, it is Chimera once again. Set up here. On the right-hand side, it's Rabjik. Dory versus Riders could be a fun one. Yes. Good to know I can sleep 10 more minutes. Why are you like this? All right. Well, looking like we're getting a rocket rush out of Chimera on the left-hand side here. So, by the way, Chimera is playing as the Hurricane Commander, facing against Ryabjik as the Moonshine Commander. So we're expecting to see some... We're expecting for Ryabjik to want to go for heavy weapons, but we have a bit of a rocket rush out of Chimera here. Oh, boy. So... Typically, the answer to the token EMP is the sniper, because the sniper just kind of violates EMPs. And there's an example of why. Now, a sniper not so good against the upgraded EMP, because it turns into the rocket launcher. Rocket fists and giant robots. Yes. Yes. Is this map hold my beer? It's hold my fort. Alright. Could be a good core drop map. Huh. Yeah, actually, I can see this being a really good core drop map. This could be a really good core drop map. Okay. If you just get it, like, in the crevice here. still be fired upon from several things, but the amount of precision and defense you get from it would be quite nice. Oh, the EMP makes... Oh. For a second I thought that was going to make that. That's going to leave these rockets to fire. It's revealed that it is indeed a rocket rush. And Reabjict's going to have to get a little bit more of a response to it. Immediately upgrades his sniper to AP. That was actually a complete shutdown of those rockets from that machine gunner, which is impressive. Okay. Ooh. Honestly, Reabjict's EMP is doing great work. Like, that's just impressive. It's like so very often shutting down Chimera's rockets of the... Chimera also struggling with energy woes, though that won't matter much if weapons are shut down 100% of the time. Reabjict's gunners are paid way too well. God, that EMP. Chimera needs to do something about that EMP. You can't let this happen. You can't do this. You have to counter snipe it. You have to do something. Like, this is... Reabjict has managed to delay this rocket rush to the point where he just placed a plasma beam. Like, that's... I'm sorry, if your rocket rush gets delayed to the point where your opponent gets a plasma beam down before you're getting damage on the board, there's a problem. And that problem comes from Reabjict's EMP. Just does it again. He just does it again. God, Reabjict with the sniping, man. It's brutal. Oh, that's a full anti-air clear from... This EMP will fly. Hey, there it goes. Chimera manages to snipe out Reabjict's EMP. That... Despite the EMP getting off one last shot, that will give Chimera an opportunity to fire back. Now, problem for Chimera. Reabjict has a plasma beam at near completion. And we've seen what happens to a rocket rusher who has to come face to face the plasma. And this holds true for any heavy weapon. But once the heavy weapon comes online, it just starts dealing damage. And your more aggressive player loses their damage dealing tools every time. So at this point, Chimera is on a bit of a clock to do something, to change things up. At the moment that change has been decided, it's going to be cannons. And again, Reabjict's EMP. Okay, well... That's happening. Chimera lost everything. There's, I don't know what else to say. That's, unfortunate. Look at that. Every time he fires, it just goes through and breaks something. So Chimera has nothing. Nothing but tech in production, a dream, and his punching bag of a face. I appreciate the sandbags here. They will help. I believe they will not save, but they will help. Good thing he built these goodies tucked away underneath his core, because he's got nothing else. I just want to point out that Ravag's EMP just killed a mine. As if the EMPs weren't devastating enough. They're just picking them apart. Like, that was one-sided. That was particularly one-sided. As Ravag just kind of wins it. I haven't seen an EMP bully someone that hard in ever, I think. Okay. Because, I mean, EMP just winning the game. That's what happened. Okay. That was a masterclass. Well done. Very well done. Well, to those who are just hopping in, we are showcasing Pile's improvisational tournament. The idea is simple. The man is a monster. He's a machine at making maps. He's made like 90 of them. And now he wants players to play on them to showcase all the goodies. All the new toys and fun things. So that's what we're doing. We've put together a full bracket of competitive players, and we're running the gauntlet of maps. You can check out the bracket using the bracket command. And so we have all of your favorite players from across the competitive scene, both primary tournaments, official tournaments, and the Forts Pro League. And, well, it's a good time all around. If you guys like this kind of content, make sure to hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, because we got content like this coming out every single week, multiple times a week. Given the number of maps that are the size of this competition, and frankly the size of the player counts in the competition, in the tournament, this will be a multiple week event, a multi-day event, so this will be the next Saturday as well. Not just today, but there'll be more maps. Hello there, Mary. How you doing today? Grabbing inspiration from some of Peel's maps, are you? Honestly, these are amazing. These maps are just top tier. Like, not only are they beautiful and pretty, but they are also good. Those two often do not go hand in hand. Alright, then we are just about prepared to go into the next round. Make sure to stand up, stretch, get yourself a drink. Stretch those legs, stretch those calves. Don't let your feet get dusted by a Roomba. The thing I really like about these tournaments, I can just stand up like all day, no sitting down. Alright, we're just waiting on the final player to ready up. They asked for a moment. What does the EMP do that's so devastating? Nothing, which is why it's funny to see an EMP do so much devastation. EMPs are not devastating weapons. They are mild nuisances. So it's hilarious to see some kind of, death spiral triggered by them. Or, any actual damage, for that matter. Alright, and we're off to whatever this is. Some kind of crown hovering above the void. Okay, so we have a few notable features about this map. First, the players. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Armadillo playing as the Firebird commander. Facing off against his opponent on the right-hand side, it's Bombstander playing as Spook. Bombstander is live right now on Twitch if you guys would like to see his perspective. You can get that first-person view as well as your third-person camera spectator angle. The other notable thing is that there's an expansion patch right up here. It includes minerals, so that you can get up to, I believe it's going to be 6 mines total on this map. So not a crazy eco, but enough. It's good. Alright, and we're off. Spook versus Firebird. I'm curious to see what Firebird goes for. What Armadillo goes for as Firebird, I should say. Don't forget to feed and water your cat room, but I do actually need to change his water. We just did a house cleaning session earlier. So he's getting fresh water. Looking like the players are content to go standard heavy weapons rush kind of deal or play meta. We are seeing the token EMP from Bombstander. Armadillo, there's a divergence in build order here. Divergence is going... Armadillo is going... Is that an adapter? Oh, we're gonna see a Rocket Rush out of Armadillo. Okay. Rocket Rush out of Armadillo. Bomb Stender's going standard play. Laser Rush. Once again, the EMP, it exists. Well, EMP managed to break a wooden strut, which happens sometimes, and a sniper follow-up takes out one of Armadillo's rockets, which, you know, unfortunate. It begins. It begins once again. Oh, it's brutal. It's not actually brutal. Armadillo just needs a little bit more anti-air. I would like to see that flak become a shotgun. But Bomb Stender's already got a plasma on the board. Unlike the last round, where it took Ribjik a little bit of time to get the plasma down, the plasma's already down. So, Bomb Stender's Rocket Rush is a bit behind the times, and I think will no longer be a Rocket Rush, because he just placed his laser production facility. I think he was going for a Rocket Rush, got EMP'd and sniped, and said, "Nah, this isn't working. Let's get out of here now. Just cut our losses while we can." And that was the right call. I'm saying that as if I know what the right call was. I'm gonna claim confidently that it was the right call. But the world may not actually know. We may never know. Now, Bomb Stender will get the Fire Beam Plasma Beam combo online here in relatively short order. That will give him advantage in terms of firepower, damage output. We get first strike advantage, as it were. Armadillo still possesses one of his EMPs, and he's using it. He's occasionally shutting down Bomb Stender's stuff, because he just doesn't have enough anti-air to prevent it consistently. We'll be interested to see how that affects things. If it affects things. Firebeam is now online for Bomb Stender. We have a plasma just placed for Armadillo. It's working up towards damage output of his zone. It is worth noting that Armadillo is applying the occasional energy shield. So Bomb Stender will need to be a bit careful. It looks like he's going directly to the core. And just gets it. Could have seen that one coming a mile away. Just not nearly enough armor around the core and ends it. That was fast. Well played. Don't even need to know that we need to go to a replay for that one. Because it's just didn't have nearly enough armor around the core. And then kaboom. Look at it. The beams merging into the same grid space and just eating the core alive. Well, as much as Rabjik had a very dominant showing, Grabjig was more like playing with his food until he decided to swallow and just devour. There is no back and forth here. Armadillo just got destroyed. And it wasn't close. Alright then, on to the next round we go. What am I looking at here? Okay. It's a wild one. What am I looking at here? Well, we'll look at it together when we get into the map. Excellent. I like overdrive the most. Don't you be putting words in my mouth. I actually like spook the most. Overdrive is just the probably just the better generalist commander. Usually when I'm playing Forts, I'm doing it with a group of random internet denizens, or, you know, more accurately, you guys out in the community. And for those community members are not particularly experienced with collaborative efforts, and to that end, I find it just a better, stronger option, more consistent option to use a commander that is general purpose and doesn't require collusion of any kind. And Overdrive just fits that perfectly. If you do something like Firebird, you have to time things and work with your teammates and such. That's just asking for disaster. All right. Match is made. Players are here. They're almost readied up. I would say you guys should go, check your drinks. The last round is very fast, and I doubt you went through it in that time. Alright, and we are off. So this is what I was referring to. I don't know what I'm looking at. Looks like some kind of druidic forest symbology with crystalline. Looks like something I'd see out of like Terraria. But here we are. The bases themselves are a little strange. They do have the double core experience, which is not something you often see. There are a couple vanilla maps that have the double core. There's also an expansion node just below each core. So not the smallest map, but interesting. Yeah, you don't need turbines on this map to start with. Like, you just don't need to build additional turbines. What you don't start with, however, is any storage. But more importantly, on the left-hand side here, we have Finn. He's playing as the Architect Commander, facing off against his opponent on the right-hand side. It's Dranistian. Unfortunately for Dranistian, this map is very clearly not one that does swarm missiles very well. And Dranistian has picked Seep, which sucks to be him. This is not a swarm missile map. Even a little bit. There's a couple positions here where you can get swarm missiles, but oof. I think you can only fit 2 in there. I don't think you're fitting 3. Yeah, you're not fitting 3. Okay. So where do you put your turbines on this? I guess you can put them directly over your core here. You could put them down here as well. You could put them here, but that feels like a mistake to me. That's just straight into your mines. Turbines have a habit of getting obliterated all at the same time. I think Finn isn't reacting to these swarm missiles. I don't know that he recognizes that they've been placed. They are... I don't know that that counts as being revealed. Immediate annihilation. There you have it. Well, remember I was talking in the previous match about swarms and them being actually good now that they've been buffed? Here's an example. They're breaking things. They're breaking things real good. Dranistian's upgrading the nuke. Imagine if Dranistian sold off one of his upper mines and just brought out a 3rd swarm. Can he portal nuke from the bottom of the top row of mines? Maybe, I don't know. Probably. I wouldn't recommend doing that in Dranistian's position, but I would imagine so, talking about this position right here, I assume. This does look portal nukeable. I love what Dranistian is doing here, adding in mortars across the top. Finn is immediately replying with trenched gunners, but just the fact that he has to do that is a lot. God, Dranistian just sniping. Just sniping from the just sniping the EMPs out of the sky again and again. Devastating. Well, the mortars have taken out all of the machine gunners, so now the next volley of mortars is going to do damage, real damage. And core damage on top of it. Oof. And it's gone. What a way to go. Alright, well, Seep worked wonders there. You love to see it. Good God. Here comes the missiles. Look at it. Look how close it came to touching the edge there. Oh, that like clipped through the terrain before falling all the way down. Yeah. That was good. Okay. That was wild. Whew. Alright, let's check out that bracket. So it looks like next week we've got more rounds. I'm looking forward to that. Alright, I believe the next round is actually tomorrow. I'm okay with this. I will catch you guys there. Okay, so for those who are looking for more of the improv competition will be continuing tomorrow. Today we will be swapping over to community matches. Because, well, there's the players need sleep. It's like 4 a.m. for some of the players, and they need to, you know, sleep. So we will be coming back tomorrow to play that. So make sure to hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, because we got more content like this coming out every single day, including tomorrow being that day. For now, make sure to stick around, because we've got more games coming up right here. At the moment, we have a delay on, so we'll be swapping out. Might have some hiccup in the stream before the delay is removed, and then I'll see you guys there.